Good morning. How are you? Are you you're Mr. Bobby Welcher? Am I saying your name correctly? Can y'all hear me? Maybe you need to unmute.
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Yes.
That's Mr. Prater and Mr. Tillis. I had Bienville Parish Jail. Can you hear me? They don't seem to be able to.
Yes.
Now y'all got me at the jail? Okay. Okay. Y'all got me, Mr. Welcher? Am I correct? Are you Mr. Welcher?
Mm-hmm. Hello? Yes, ma'am. Is that okay? Is there anything I need to do? I got everything on unmute.
Hey, we can hear you now.
Can y'all hear me? Carolyn said. Oh, they.
No, ma'am. Okay. And it just got all the microphones is red. And I just tested this thing out yesterday and everything was fine.
I'm hearing you perfectly. I don't know if anyone else is.
Unmute. Okay. You are muted.
This is Carolyn Stapleton.
Just 1 second.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Okay, I hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me? My name is Carolyn Stapleton.
Yes, ma'am.
You can hear me over your phone. Okay. And so today is 8/27/1924 and the time is 9:02. And this is a revocation hearing for Mr. Bobby Welcher. Am I saying your correct name, sir? Am I saying your name correctly?
Yes, ma'am. Wiltshire.
Okay. All right. I was just checking that. All right. This is where I go. All right. So at the location that we're at is Bienville Parish Jail. And will you please introduce yourself?
Bobby Wiltshire Jr., 117455.
Okay, 117455. All right, and you're the warden that's sitting next to him?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, now it's closed up. So you want me to get off the phone now?
Oh, wait, yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, now you can hear me? Uh-oh, now you can hear me? We can't hear her now. Hold on just 1 minute. We can't hear you. Wait,
All right.
now we can hear you. Can you hear us?
My name is Warden Latricia Green. I'm the warden here at the BIENVILLE Parish Jail.
All right. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
All right. All right. And my name is Carolyn Stapleton, and I'm going to be the board chairman today. And also on the board will be Steve Prater and Chuck Tillis. And they're going to be remotely involved in our presentation today and our hearing. And I'd like for the staff here at headquarters to introduce themselves.
Whitney Crossberg.
Francis Abbott.
Okay, now, sir, Mr. Welcher, I'm going to read your offender information for the revocation. Number 2, you failed to submit a monthly report for the months of December 2022, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December 2023, and then January, February, March, and April of 2024. So you have the opportunity now to plead guilty with a statement, not guilty with a statement, or guilty or not guilty without a statement. What do you plead?
I'm gonna plead not guilty with a statement, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let me write that down. Okay, and then the next one is on or about January the 1st, 2024, you moved from your listed address of 621 Laurel Street in Houghton, without notifying or obtaining permission from your parole office. Do you plead guilty or not guilty, and either one with or without a statement?
I'm gonna plead not guilty with a statement.
Okay. All right, and then on June 30th, 2022, you committed the offense of domestic abuse battery. First offense in Bossier Parish. Bossier and then number 2440262. Charges were dismissed on 3/22/2023 when the ex-wife denied the battery happened. Do you plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement?
Not guilty with a statement, ma'am.
Okay. You committed the offense of possession of drug paraphernalia on May 7th, 2024. On July the 10th, 2024, you pled guilty in Bienville Parish District Court to the reduced offense of parking outside a resident district and was sentenced to 5 days in the parish jail. Do you plead guilty or not guilty, sir?
Not guilty with a statement, ma'am.
Okay. Right. And then you have not paid supervision fees since being released to parole supervision. Your current arrears balance is $4,718. Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty with a statement.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the next thing is, do y'all have a questionnaire that you were asked to sign?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you see where you have said that you want to speak in your own behalf without an attorney?
I do not, because I specifically requested an attorney at my preliminary hearing.
Well, this isn't a preliminary hearing. Hold on one second.
Lift this up. Yeah, the form states you're not eligible for appointed counsel. That's your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, well, you're not eligible for an appointed counsel.
Okay, so
Okay.
you're not eligible for appointed counsel.
Yes, ma'am. Just for the record, can we say that I did request a counsel?
I mean, if you want to continue this hearing and you seek out counsel, and you're more than welcome to, but that's at your request.
But I can't be appointed counsel.
No, you would have to pay for it yourself, and you could do it on another day. Do you want to do that? Do you want to delay this hearing and do it on another day and then have an attorney with you at your expense?
I can't afford an attorney, ma'am.
Right, and so you don't qualify for us to appoint one for you at no cost.
Okay. What's the qualifications, if I can ask?
So we're going to continue on with the hearing right now. You signed the form. It's right there in front of you. Okay. So we're going to continue on with the hearing now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this point, we're gonna ask you to explain, right, that you failed to submit a monthly report December the 22nd, December of 2022, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December of 2023, and January, February, March, and April of 2024. So what's your explanation for that?
Okay, on December, this was all established at the preliminary hearing. I don't know if y'all have the results of that. But in December of 2022, Officer Kerr, which was my supervising agent, he told me at Halton Town Hall to not report until further notice because of the COVID. And he and I stayed in constant contact through video conference. It was a duo to start with, and then we changed over to Meet, and we stayed in contact through Meet right up until February of 2024. And all that was established at the preliminary hearing, and it's in Supervisor Bird's report that where I questioned the officer concerning that. And anyway, we did stay in contact through the video, and that was my understanding that was our monthly report, because he never told me any different. And I specifically asked that. And also, I kept him apprised of that domestic violence, domestic dispute charge. I stayed in contact with him about that. He knew my entire issues going on with my mother's health and everything right up until the day that I was arrested.
I have here, Wiltshire admitted to not reporting in 2023. That was after COVID. And to not having any written reports, but believed that he didn't have to because he was told. So you're going back to 2022 saying you were told.
Yes, ma'am. In December of 22 is whenever, I mean, and it's in the report.
You're saying that was COVID. I guess you're saying that y'all talked on the phone?
We did our monthly reports via video through, we started out doing the duo, and then he wanted me to change it to Meet, Google Meet. And
Okay.
So I switched over from the duo to Google Meet, and from then on, we done through Google Meet right up until it right here. He says right up till February of 24.
Okay. Well, I don't have this written down here. All right, so we'll take the, all right, I've got it written down, okay?
Yes, ma'am. It's on section 2 of the hearing and recommendations about that was done by
Yeah, I'm reading, yeah. Wiltshire admitted, what I'm reading is that you didn't report in 2023 And to not have any written reports, but believed you didn't have to because he was told. That's what I've got written. Okay. All right, so Mr. Prater is gonna take that up with you when he comes. All right, what about your statement for, I will live at the address on this certificate. If I move from this address, I will get permission from my parole officer before doing so. In addition, I will not leave the state of Louisiana without written permission from my parole officer. On or about January 2024, Mr. Wiltshire moved from his address on Laurel Street without notifying or getting permission from his parole officer. What do you say about that?
Okay, I did notify him. Well, actually, he notified me via video one morning and wanted to know, and all this again was in this report right here from Officer Bird with the Minden office, that he contacted me and wanted to know where I was working at. And I gave him the address, and he told me that he knew exactly where it was at because he used to live right around the corner. And I was to wait on him that day. And I told him also I needed him to do the approval on that address because that's where I was going to be moving when my house sold. So I waited all day on him, and he didn't show up. And in this report, he stated that he'd come by a couple days later with a different officer and that I wasn't at home. So I did notify him, and the only reason I didn't do it in a monthly report is because he hadn't ever told me to start doing the monthly reports again, that we were just doing them via the video. And he also did tell me that once we started back doing the monthly reports, to make sure that I added that address so he could update his system.
Okay, well, we're gonna leave that again for Mr. Prater, but you've made your statement and
Okay.
that he knew about it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the next one is the domestic violence. I will not engage in criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from illegal use of drugs and alcohol. And it says on June 30th, 2022, you committed the offense of domestic abuse battery, first offense in Bossier Parish. What's your explanation?
First of all, man, that was an arrest date, but it was, I mean, I don't guess it makes any difference, but it was a misunderstanding. My ex-wife is kind of jealous, and she called me that morning numerous times, and I answered the phone a couple of times, and finally I didn't answer anymore because I had been up all night packing up so I could move. And she come to my house that morning, beating on the door. I asked her what she wanted in a rude way. She left and went across the road to my sister's house. And then once I got up and got dressed and was going to town to get some
So
drinks.
once again, because I'm gonna leave this to Mr. Prater to have the conversation with you. You're pleading again, not guilty, because that's your statement, that it didn't happen the way.
It did not happen.
Okay. All right, and let's see, the next one, all right, you committed the offense, possession of drug paraphernalia on May 7th, 2024. On July 10th, 2024, you pled guilty in Bienville Parish District Court to the reduced charge of parking outside a residence district and was sentenced to 5 days in the parish jail. How do you plead on that? And what's your statement? You already pled not guilty.
Right. Well, my statement is I was arrested for that drug paraphernalia, but once it went to court, they amended the bill down to, like what you said, it was parked outside of a residence. I think it was RS 32-143, which was a non-moving traffic violation. I pled guilty to that, but based on the fact that that's what I did and not possess drug paraphernalia.
Okay. All right, so I've got that written down. And then number 10, you have not paid supervision fees since being released to parole supervision. Your current arrearage balance is $4,718.
Yes, ma'am. I did plead not guilty to that based on, I did pay some and it's in the report also that Mr. Byrd found that when he went back to his office and done his report, he put it in there. But I got out in 17, in November the 1st of 2017. It was either in December or January, I got injured and I was under doctor's care right up until I was arrested in Caddo Parish, and stayed 18 months. I didn't get out until May of 20.
So are you saying that you didn't pay because, and you got out May 20th? Because I still show that, that March of 2022, you paid $36 on a money order. Okay, so you're
paid
saying that's not,
$40 money orders is what I paid that day.
so what do you say you owe?
I don't say that I don't deny owing, ma'am. I was giving you the reason why I didn't pay from
Okay.
December of 18 up until the COVID ended.
All right, December of 18. And you've been paying ever since?
No, ma'am. I only paid what is in the report. I thought I paid more than that, but I can't say that for sure. I have an envelope at home with the receipts in it.
Okay, so in other words, he's telling the truth, though. We have some supervision fees that have not been paid, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so at this time, let me get my cheat sheet here. Okay, I'm gonna pass this over to Mr. Prater, who is going to be asking you questions today. He has your case.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
Mr. Prater?
Oh, hey, thank you. Can you hear me all right there, Bobby?
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna make it pretty brief as we can and make your answers as succinct as possible. Let's start with the money that you
Okay.
owe. How much do you owe now?
The report says $4,718.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had since 2017, you should have been paying on this. How much total have you paid?
The report said I paid two $40 money orders.
Okay.
And I think it was part of it was applied to like the initial $65 and then the other went toward the monthly fee.
Okay. All right. I'm satisfied. Let's move on. Let's look at the drug paraphernalia case. We're working from the bottom up.
Yes,
The
sir.
drug paraphernalia case. Tell me about that.
I was down at the lake fishing and I moved my car up to the top of the hill where I could get some reception, on my phone. And while I was sitting there waiting on someone to text me back, I was going to go down to their house and wash my clothes. I fell asleep. Officer pulled up, asked me to step out. I did. He then said that he found a pipe or something in my car. He actually showed it to me. I don't know what it was, but it was a piece of glass. I do think that it was one of those testers that you test your antifreeze in your car with, because I have one of those in my console. I just thought about that the other day. But anyway, when I explained all this in court to the district attorney and my lawyer, they opted to reduce the charge or amend the bill to 32,143, I believe is what it was, and it was parking in obstructing the roadway without putting your flashers on.
That was a plea bargain, correct?
No, it was not.
Okay,
It
so
was amended. The bill was amended from the paraphernalia to the other charge, but it had nothing to do with a plea bargain.
okay, well, I guess, but it seems kind of far-fetched to me, the charge, the end up charge. I mean, that's kind of I never used that, and I did it for a lot of years. Okay, let's
I don't
let's move
understand what you were saying, sir.
let's
Uh,
move on. Is that all you need to say about that?
Well, I would like to clarify what you were saying there at last. You said it was far-fetched. I don't understand what you was trying to get to.
Well, somebody in law enforcement charging you with possession of drug paraphernalia for having an antifreeze tester, and then you go to court and you end up pleading guilty to a parking without your emergency flashers on, parking in the roadway, and you're sound asleep, and the whole thing just sounds bogus, or as we say sometimes in the country, boogered up. That's a whole weird story there.
Well, sir, that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess you'd have to understand where the roadway was too. It was a little short distance of highway right there by the lake at Lake Vistano. That's no longer used really since they built the new dam. It's just a little, probably 30 yards of roadway right there.
Okay, well, I'll just say this and then we'll move on. You seem like a person that kind of knows the rules and knows the law and gonna take things to the limit. You know, you're gonna stand up for yourself is what I'm trying to say. And that seemed like such a small thing. I'm surprised you pled to that and didn't fight that. But we'll move on.
I did. I mean, that was the law that I broke. I mean, there wasn't no. The only defense I had on the traffic violation is the fact that the police jury no longer maintains that as a roadway.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on. That's a small thing anyway. Let's move on to the domestic violence thing. I know what you're saying about the domestic violence. I've read the reports. Tell me, do you know this witness to the domestic violence? Do you know her?
You mean the Jamie lady?
Yep.
I do not know. I've briefly seen her with my ex-wife a couple of times. They're friends.
Okay, why would she make this thing up? Why would she make up what she said, the independent witness? Why would she?
I can only say what I was told. And I was told by my ex-wife that she and Jamie discussed while they was waiting on the police to get there what they was going to tell them. And that's all I know. I have a video of the entire incident. I just can't get to it. That's one reason I was asking for an attorney. I have lots of documentation that I could, support my stories. I don't have access to it.
Okay.
I don't have nobody who does. My mother's the only person I have that can help, and she can't drive or leave the house.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that didn't happen at all, right?
There was an incident, but I never put my hands on her. Did you get an affidavit from her?
Yeah.
Not Jamie, but Jamette.
Right. From the ex that said that evidently the weed eater hit her in the mouth instead of you.
Would you like me to explain what did happen?
Yes, but briefly, yes, sir.
Okay. As I started, I'm sure you heard before when I was telling Miss Stapleton, she came to my house that morning beating on my door because she knew there was another lady there. Now, she and I are divorced, been divorced since 1988, but she and I still see one another occasionally. And she was jealous. She come to my house and beating on the door. I wouldn't come to the door, and finally I come to the door and she was already gone. I look out the door, she's across the street at my sister's. I get up, I get dressed, I'm going to town to get some Cokes and snacks so I could finish packing. As I pulled out the driveway, I stopped there in the ditch where she was at, and she was weed eating. She turned around with the weed eater wide open and tried to hit me with the business end of it. I grabbed the weed eater by the pole and twisted it out of her hand and threw it on the ground. And then she said something to me. I made a spitting gesture at her, like, as disrespect is what I would call it, but I didn't spit on her. And she attacked me. And that's how it went down. When I walked off and told her, I said, I'm going to call the law. And she said, well, go ahead, call them. I'm going to call them too. And that was the end of it. I went on and went across the road to my house, and that was the end of it until I got arrested on June the 30th.
Mhm.
That happened on, I think it was March the 23rd. I got arrested on June the 30th. It says that it was supposed to happen on June the 30th, but that's not correct.
Okay. What did you spend 18 months in Caddo Parish Jail for?
Issuing worthless check. That's what I pled to. They arrested me on forgery.
And why is that not, why is that not included in anything that we're talking about today? When did that happen?
That happened in 2018.
But when did they arrest you for it?
I got arrested September the 6th of 2018 at the probation and parole. He asked me to come in and talk to an investigator. And I came in, they arrested me. I bonded out on September the 15th of 2018. He contacted me and told me that I wasn't supposed to bond out and that I needed to come back. And I asked him if I could finish a job that I had going, and he said, yeah. And then he come to my house and rearrested me on December the 7th of 2018 for, I think he had a warrant, not for the charge, but for the parole.
And did you have a parole hearing at that time?
No, sir. I stayed 18 months and I pled guilty to issuing worthless check, and they let me out on May the.
Even though you were on parole at that time?
Yes.
You were on parole, you got arrested for a felony, you served 18 months, and they let you back out on parole.
Yes, sir. May the 22nd of 2020 is whenever I come home.
I'm a little bit confused, and I hate to even get into this where you live deal, because we'll be here all day, because it's a one-on-one deal, isn't it? It sounds like you're saying one thing and the probation agent is saying something contrary to that. Is that, am I hearing that right?
Yes, sir. In a sense, to start out with, that's what it was in the report. However, when we had our preliminary hearing, and I was given the opportunity to question Mr. Kerr and asked him, did he remember some certain instances? And he said yes. And it's in the report that Mr. Bird, the probable cause, as to where he admitted that I told him where I was going to be living, and that he come by the residence. He just come by 2 days after he told me he was, even though I waited there the day that he told me he was going to come by. And then he admitted to all that once he remembered it. He clearly knew, though, sir. I stayed in contact with him all the time. He knew everything about my life, about my mother's sickness, me staying at the hospital with her, me staying at the rehab with her. He knew everything about me. I kept him apprised of everything that I'd done. Even whenever I bonded out on the domestic charge, I called him soon after. I don't know if it was the same day or the next day, but I called him and let him know, because he told me, he said, look, he said, as long as you're not convicted of it, we're not going to worry about it. And that's where we went from there. That's been 2.5 years ago. I'm just as confused myself. Another thing, I've already addressed all these other issues except for the domestic through a sanction. On May the 15th of this year, since I've been here at Bienville Parish, probation and parole from Benton come out, and I admitted to the violations, and they gave me a 15-day sanction. After I didn't get released on those 15 days, I had my family call probation and parole and find out why they still had the detainer on me, because I was going to bond out on the new misdemeanor charge. And they wouldn't lift the hold. And then on the 23rd of May, Officer Johnson, Robert Johnson with Minden Probation Parole, come back down here and told me that we was going to redo everything, that the 15-day sanction was no longer an option. But I had already done the 15-day sanction. So he made me redo all these papers and said that it was all going to fall under the new law, that we had new administration and new boards and new laws, and all of it was going to fall under that he had to redo everything. Even though I disagreed with him on that, it's still, he only gave me one option. I mean, two options. He said I could either admit to the violation and revoke myself, or either I could ask for the preliminary hearing. He wouldn't let me check any other box other than that.
That's all the questions that I have. It may be that at some point I will ask for an executive session on this deal. I hate to start that, but that's all the questions I have, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Prater.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prater. Mr. Tillis, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay, I'm going to quickly continue on with the domestic violence charge. I know that your ex-wife recanted, but the witness did not recant. We also have pictures of her swollen lip that was given to us. So I got to give a shout out to the police department there. They did a really good job of taking the pictures, because we need things like that. And the witness did say that you did hit her in the face and that you did spit on her. I don't know why she would lie about that. The pictures does show her lips swollen. I do know that your ex-wife, your daughter, and your mother wrote a letter that they would like for you to not be revoked, and that they love you very much. Your ex-wife, though, she loves them very much. And so she doesn't want people to be mad at her about all of this. So she did recant. But I have to tell you, that happens a lot.
I understand. She is on here if you would like to question her.
Okay, yes, we would. Ma'am, would you like to speak, please? Miss Wiltcher?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. What do you have to say about this?
I lied because I was mad. Because when I went over there, he had another female over there, and I thought him and I were going to get back together. And the witness could not even see the incident that did occur from where she was at. And she just agreed with what I said. And I apologize to y'all, and I apologize to Bobby and his family, and to my children as well. And I apologize to everybody for what I done.
How'd your lip get swollen?
It was already like that. I already had chapped lip. It was already like that.
Listen, has this ever happened before? Have you ever called the police before for domestic violence with him?
Back when
No,
we were young, and we were married, and he drank alcohol, we used to fight. I was jealous then. I provoked most of the fights then, but I'm also bipolar, and you know, we were young, and he drank. He does not drink now. He hasn't drank a drop of alcohol since he got out in 2017, and that's what he was incarcerated. Ma'am.
Okay, so the statement is that he hit you in the mouth, and that he spit on you, and that he pushed you again, and that during the time y'all were married. Pardon? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, ma'am. That's what I
No.
told the police, and I said in open court that I lied, and I called the detective before the charges were placed on him to ask him not to place the charges on him. He said, it's too late, you have to take it to court. So I went to court and I told them there that I lied, and I did. And I was mad. I was furious. Especially when he spat at the ground and then that girl was sitting there, I was just furious. I was embarrassed. And I shouldn't have done that, though, because it wasn't right. And I'm the one that needs to be in jail, not him, because I lied and had him going through this. My daughter's standing here. I don't know if she can speak or not, but because she's not registered, but she's standing here if you'd like to speak to her.
Yeah. No,
But I'm
no,
sorry
she's
that
not registered.
I can't change what I did except for beg y'all, please don't hold him accountable for what I did. You know, I feel bad and I'm not going to be able to live with myself for it. My kids are just, they don't know what to do now at this point, you know.
I had the witness lie.
She just did what I asked her to do. She couldn't even see from where she was at. She was in the vehicle, way up the hill. And me and him were down here in a ditch. There's no way she could have seen anything that we were doing. I hollered up there to her and told her, when he said he was calling the police, I hollered up there and told her to call the police.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I may have interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead and ask your questions, Mr.
No,
Prater.
that's all. That just popped in my mind and I wanted to find out. I'm sorry.
Well, she said in her statement that she saw it from across the street. She says
There's
that.
no way. She was behind us, parked where she could not see.
Okay, here's
before
her
the cops got
statements.
there,
She seems to have known you for a long time, because here's her statements. Jamie watched the whole incident from the Jeep. She has seen the marks on Jeanette from when he burned her with cigarettes and stomped on her. As Bobby left, he said he was going to put marks on his face so it would look like Jeanette hit him too. That's her statement to law enforcement.
okay.
I thought y'all would have something like that up.
Why? Because I was mad at him, trying to get him in trouble. He said he was just going to get me in trouble.
So she was willing to lie to police too, for your sake?
Yes.
And go back and say that she had seen the cigarette burns that you alluded to, that he used to put cigarettes out on him.
Me and him used to fight all the time. That was when he drank alcohol. He does not drink alcohol. He's not a violent person now. He's a totally different man than he was. He's not touched any alcohol. He used to be everyday drinker, partying all the time. We were young, you know. And I was so jealous, and I still am. That's just how I am. I can't change it.
Okay, well, thank you so much for speaking. But you know what? I would advise that you please seek out a domestic violence shelter, not to go there, but to be part of their counseling services. It's free. And maybe you can have someone other than just no one to talk to get some advice and learn how to handle this, okay? So that you
I've been with somebody for 10 years now, and he's not a violent person, and Bobby is not either anymore. So
why are you so jealous if you're with somebody?
Me? Because I still love Bobby, and I always love Bobby.
Okay, we're gonna stop it at this point right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Prater, did you want to go into executive session?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So at this time, we have a motion to go into executive session. Do we have a second? I'll second.
Okay. I second it.
Do we need a roll call or anything else? Okay, roll call. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
The board is back in session. It's 9:50, and we're gonna have a roll call, please.
Steve Prater. Steve Prater.
Here.
Chuck Tillers. Chuck Tillers.
Do not revoke.
Carolyn Stapleton.
Present.
Oh, she's calling it.
Okay. So now, Mr. Prater, this is your case, so it will be your opportunity to vote first, please.
Okay, I'm gonna vote to revoke, and everything else seems so confusing, whether you take his side or the other side or whatever. But it seems like something happened at the domestic violence thing that shouldn't have. If something happened on the drug paraphernalia or the parking wrong, and something happened where he lost communication with his probation and parole officer. But for sure, without a doubt, he's almost $5,000 without paying, and he was ordered to pay. So there's just too many things, too many red flags here. Part of what parole is it's like getting a do-over. You messed up, you get convicted of something, you get on parole, and it gives you another chance to follow all the rules that the rest of us in society follow. And you didn't. So my vote is to revoke.
All right, Mr. Tillis.
My vote is do not revoke.
Okay, and then it's my turn to vote, and I agree with Mr. Prater, everything he said. I don't have anything to add to that. Okay, so we're gonna close out right now. And the time is 9:52.
Mr. Prater, make sure you do your vote sheet, okay? Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Prater, at the bottom of your screen, you gotta go to the breakout room. You need to go in the breakout room so we can communicate with you.
Do we have Mr. Jackson there, sir?
Yes, I do. I'm getting for you. Yes, ma'am, I'm
Okay,
getting for you.
I see him.
Okay?
Thank you.
Step back. All right, open this little button. See, all right, there you go.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning.
Today is August 27th, 1924. Your location is the Jefferson Parish Correctional Center.
Yes, ma'am.
And my name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm on the board today. I'm chairing the board today. And there is Mr. Steve Prater and Mr. Chuck Tillis that is also here. Can the staff introduce themselves, please? Not to do that, okay. Okay, Mr. Jackson, for the record, would you please give your name and your offender number, please? I mean, your DOC number, I'm sorry.
DOC number?
Pardon?
DOC number. My name and DOC number, Lindy Jackson, 152720.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the staff there, are you, sir?
Yes, Deputy Marlboro, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Deputy Marlboro? Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, at this time, I'm going to read the rule violations. On December the 6th, 2023, you were arrested by Kenner Police Department on a warrant that was issued in October for the domestic abuse battery. The charge has been accepted by the Jefferson Parish Attorney's Office under docket 23-5673, and the trial has been continued. It says till August the 23rd of 2024, but I got some late information that was August the 29th. So you have the opportunity to plead guilty with a statement or not guilty. Which do you do?
Not guilty.
Not guilty? Okay. Okay, and then also it says that you are currently $581 in supervision fees in arrears as of 6/11/2024. How do you please, sir?
I was incarcerated. I come to jail in December the 5th. My final fee was paid up all to then.
Not guilty or guilty with a statement?
Not guilty or guilty with a statement?
On the final fee?
Yeah.
Not good. I was incarcerated.
Okay, not guilty, okay.
Not guilty, okay. Okay. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you, sir, that said whether or not you qualify for to have an attorney? Yes, sir.
I see it.
Okay, you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it says that you do not qualify for appointed attorney. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we can continue, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. At this time, we're going to interview you. Your case is mine. So I'm going to start the interview. All right. As of the not guilty on number 4. You want to explain to me what happened that day, sir?
October 20th, that's October 28th, that's in the evening time. When I came home, my wife and my family was in the room. We had a debate and we had an argument. And one thing led to another thing, but it didn't happen the way the police department said it because everything wasn't told. Before the police arrived, I had left the scene.
Right. So before the police arrived, you had left the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're just saying that it was not the way that they say it. Is that what I get?
Correct. Everything wasn't told.
All right. Well, tell me the rest.
Well, like I said, I came home, they was in the room, and we had a debate, and we started arguing, and then both of them like different names started We both all three of us started chuckling and laughing and doing snap. Nobody was violently hurt. That she said, "You can call the police." If she can call the police, I had left the scene. That was it.
Okay, so here's a statement from the victim. A verbal alteration ensued, and the offender proceeded to stand over the victim, forcibly holding her down by placing his hands on her chest. The offender then began striking the victim with a closed fist to her face and the back of her head. The victim's friend attempted to intervene, but the offender physically forced her away. The offender allowed the victim to get up, and then he shoved her across the bedroom. The victim's friend stated that she would contact the Kenner Police Department, and then the offender fled in an unknown direction. Also, on the police report, the police indicates there are injuries to her. She had a swollen left eye, and she had bruising on the head, which the police observed and put in their report. They did take pictures also. I don't have any copies of the pictures, but there were pictures of this because they called crime scene. So then there was a bill of information, and the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office has agreed to take the case. It's been continued a few times, but the victim has not recanted. So now what do you have to say?
I have the picture right here, and there's no swelling to the left eye. There's no lumps on the head. The bruises to me, not from me. I got the picture right here.
Pictures from the crime scene photos?
No, from the victim.
So the victim took pictures of herself?
No,
And
I got it from my lawyer.
Huh?
I've seen them from my lawyer, my attorney.
Oh, your attorney, who's representing the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying that there's nothing there?
I have a picture right here. I have.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on. I will pay supervision fees in the amount set by the Louisiana Department of Corrections and Louisiana Revised Statutes. Payments are due the first day of each month. You are currently $581 in arrears as of 6/11/2024. And you have pled not guilty and said that you should be zero in arrears.
$126. I take 2 months before I came, 2 months before December, I owed it 2 months. That was 126. I was incarcerated for the rest of the time.
Okay. 126. And so your attorney didn't show up today to speak on your behalf, correct?
No, man, not today. No, man.
All right, Mr. Prater, do you have any questions for this man?
Have you ever been accused of beating the same lady up before?
No, man, that's, excuse me, no, sir. I went to the commissioner court. I've been with her for 30 years, 31 years since 93. The commissioner court asked the same question, told the DA to run my records, to check my records. In 30 years, we married 14 years, been together 30 years, and never had a domestic violence charge, no officer come to our residence whatsoever. It's the first time I've been accused of this.
Had the police ever been called to your place before for y'all
No,
fighting?
sir. No, sir. We've been together 30 years, never have been called before.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Mr. Tillis, do you have any questions?
Yes, I wanted to make sure that Mr. Jackson said he didn't hit the victim.
Mr. Jackson, did you hear him? He wants to make sure that you did not hit the victim.
Well, we most like we hold each other all over the resting on the bed. And I was trying to get away from them. I was hit with an object. I'm the one got the gun put on me. That's why I left the scene, okay? That wasn't told. Like I said, then they said about the bruises and bumps. I have the pictures. I mean, I wish I could show them. They can say it. Ain't no swelling, ain't no bumps. That was said from the victim and a witness.
Wait a minute now. So
Thank you.
when was these pictures taken that you have? Because we had crime victims, we have crime scene photos that was taken right then. So the pictures that you have that you said your attorney gave you, at what day did he take those pictures? Or are they part of the
crime scene,
case against you?
none of the picture from the crime scene back on October 28, 2023.
Yeah, and you're saying when y'all look at them, that y'all don't see anything, is that right?
Right. No, I see it. I got the pictures right here.
And you're saying when you look at them, you don't see that she's got a swollen eye and, because I had requested them, so let's see if this is them. See anything? Anything yet? Wait. This must be them. Let's see. Okay, let me see. Uh-huh, they're coming up. He can hear me. Okay. Mr. Jackson, I'm looking at the crime scene photos right now. They were just sent to me. And I do see a bloody scalp.
A bloody scalp.
A bloody scalp. Where she was hit in the head. Because they took pictures and then they put a measurement next to it. So I don't know what you got, but
I got the same picture.
see the blood. Huh?
They said lumps. They said swelling around the eye and lumps on the head. I don't see no lumps. I don't see no swelling. I see a scalp, like a bruise.
Okay, well, we're gonna go on past that because I do see a bloody scalp. I do. I mean, I can see it right here. Okay, let's see. Mr. Prater, did you just questioned, do you have any further questions? He's on mute. Okay. Mr. Tillis, do you have any questions? No, nobody?
Nobody has any questions?
Okay, so there must not be any questions. Okay, at this time, is everybody ready to vote? Huh? Mr. Prater, are you ready to vote?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. And Mr. Tillis, are you ready to vote? Okay, well, I'm gonna be voting first, sir, because you are my case. And based upon the pictures that I just saw, I'm gonna vote to revote today. And that's gonna be on number 4, which is the domestic violence incident, and on number 10, that you are in arrears of your supervision fees. Mr. Prater, what's your vote?
I concur, revoke.
Okay, Mr. Tillis, what is your vote?
To revoke.
Okay. Sir, today you have been revoked. Good morning, Ms. Morris. My name is, how you doing? My name is Carolyn Stapleton, and I am the board chair for today. And today, okay. Today is August the 27th, 2024. And your name is Maria Morris, and your DOC number is 420-784. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're here for a revocation hearing? That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Make sure I got everything right. Okay. All right, so right now what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to read the revocation sheet. And for each thing I read, you're going to have the opportunity to say guilty with guilty or guilty with a statement or not guilty. Do you understand that? And then after reading it, you'll get to explain your statement. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your first one is you failed to refrain from criminal activity by evidence of your arrest on 5/10/2024 by Agent Gerard. You were booked for an outstanding warrant from the Gretna Police Department and parole violation. Gretna Police warrant number is number 60221-24. It was issued on 5/3/2024 for violation of protective order and obscene phone calls on 5/15/2024. The statute is 14:79. Charge was refused in open court via the judge on 7/23/2024. You pled guilty in the 24th JDC to the pending charge of RLS 14-285 relative to unlawful communication, which is a misdemeanor, and given credit for time served. How do you plead on that one, ma'am?
Well, that I've seen talk on phone, I plead not guilty on that. Because I never sent no text to nobody.
Okay, so you're saying guilty, but it's with a statement. Is that correct?
I said,
You will come back and ask you about the statement, just say guilty or not guilty.
And you can explain yourself a bit better later because you're trying to say no text, right? Okay.
I said I'm not guilty on that because I never sent no text.
All right, so not guilty. Okay, so violation of number 7 is you failed to truthfully and promptly answer all questions directed to you by your parole officer, Agent Gerard, on 5/6/2024. Agent Gerard listened to a live conversation between you and your ex-boyfriend, Charles Humbles. The agent heard the offender say that she intentionally lies to police and parole officers to get Mr. Humbles in trouble. How do you plead to that one?
I plead not guilty on that because I never really talked to
Okay, now wait a minute. We're gonna let you talk later and explain it, but right now you're just pleading guilty or not guilty, okay? So your plea is not guilty. Okay, and then number 10, you failed to pay monthly supervision fees by evidence of your arrears of $570. Is that guilty or not guilty?
That's not guilty.
Okay. All righty. All right, so we're through that right now. So right now, we're gonna have to ask you questions and let you explain yourself. And I am the person that has your case today. So please explain to me why you feel like you're not guilty for your violation of the protective order with the obscene phone calls. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, wait a minute. No, did you get the questionnaire? There's a questionnaire that should be around in front of you that, oh, do you see it? That asks whether or not, you're gonna obtain, counsel. Do you see
Yeah,
that?
I did. I do have a lawyer.
Okay, but they're not there today?
No, I don't see him.
Okay, all right, but you have your own attorney. Do you want to postpone? Do you want to
No.
postpone for later for your attorney to be able to be present with you?
The man said he was gonna be here, so why would I want to postpone my thing?
Continue. Continue. Do you want to continue it to another day?
It's a no, ma'am.
Yes or no? Gotta
No,
answer.
I'm gonna go ahead and continue.
Are you gonna go ahead and, continue with our okay, you
Yeah.
do not want to wait for an attorney. You want to go ahead with your hearing, is that correct?
I'm saying, why would I want to wait for him when he said he was gonna be here?
I don't know. So your decision is you want to go ahead with your hearing without an attorney today, correct?
This whole.
Okay, well, because you're so indecisive about it, we're gonna continue, we're gonna put it for a different date. And then you can talk to your attorney.
Wait in September, probably.
All right.
Okay, so we're gonna continue here.
So you're gonna continue the hearing. We don't have any way to fix the date. I don't know when it's gonna be, but your decision is to do it at another date when your attorney can be there, correct?
No, I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay, well, let's move on. All right, so you were in violation of your protective order by obscene phone calls to Mr. Humble, and you say no. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you do understand that he had recorded messages from you with profanities to his girlfriend that was recorded on 5/3/24. And he brought them to Agent Gerard's office. And the offender said, and he listened to it, that she often lies to the police in an effort to get him in trouble and get him arrested. So that was actual calls that they listened to.
You talking about the phone calls?
Phone calls, that's right. And you leave
To
messages.
who? To him or to my?
To him and her.
Well, I never called her, and I never called him. He called me, cause he the only one had my number.
Well, that's not what they say.
Well, I never talked to her. And when we was in the car together, when I was in here the first time when he hit me, my stairway order was dropped when my charges and stuff were refused the first time.
He's got a permanent stairway order with you, a permanent one.
Oh, well, that's not what my PO had told me.
He's got a protective order that I'm looking at right now, signed by the judge. And it was, all these conditions shall apply. You are ordered not to abuse, harass, assault, stalk, follow, track, monitor, or threaten the protected person, Charles Humbles. It says you are to stay within 200 feet away from this person, and you're not to have any third-party communication with this person by way of written, telephone, electronic text messaging, any kind of social media. It goes on and on and on. In other words, stay away from this guy and leave him alone. And that's what he wants.
Well, he need to stay away from me because every time I want to call the police, he always said I have a warrant out for my arrest. So they give me a chance not to talk to the people because I feel like they're gonna arrest me because of what he said. I don't call him. I don't go around him. I stay in Oakwood, Two Oaks apartment, and he got a family member that stay back there. So that means I have to leave from back there where I lay my head at for him to come back there.
You have to stay away from him, 200 feet. That's what the protective order.
I don't go around him, period. I don't go around him, period, at all. Even when I'm sitting on my porch smoking a cigarette, he put up. I don't have a car to go around him.
He's got the voicemails. And then one time when he was reporting it, you called in.
What I
You called
say?
in on the phone. Okay, let's see what you said, because he put you on speakerphone so that they could listen to it. Let me see here. I got see if I can find it. But he's got your text messages. Let's see, voicemail that you left. Let's see, violent. Douglas played a voicemail left by Morris on her cell phone that stated, "I'm going to whip your." So that's his girlfriend that you left this message, that you were gonna whip her, you know what, and you were gonna beat her, you know what, and that she used to say that F away from your man. And all of this contact was made during the date April 30th, 2024 through May the 3rd of 2024.
April the 3rd, me and him, we was together. We was sitting in a car when I left my.
Harassed. All right, so based upon what he's got, which is his evidence, as far as I'm concerned, you're in total violation of the protective order. Now, the second thing is.
Well, my stay-away order was dropped when I went in court, May 15th.
Well,
that stay-away order was April the 1st, and they refused that in court. But my PO told me that I ain't had nothing, no stay-away order, no nothing. That stay-away order was dropped. So I don't know where he get that stay-away order.
We're not going to argue about it because you protect it, because this is your agent that has said that you're in violation of that. Okay, has written this up, and that's why you're in jail.
Well, he told y'all one thing, he telling me another.
Okay, all right, you can take that up with him, with your attorney. And then on number 10, it says that you're in arrears of $570, and you pled not guilty to that. So are you?
I have a job. I had a job when I was out there. I got hired at Popeyes.
Okay, so did you pay your?
I was going Friday on the 10th for my orientation, but he told me to come in to sign a stay-away order. But I got arrested in the office. He arrested me in the office. So I ain't had a chance to make my money to pay him.
Okay, so in other words, you are in arrears for $570. Am I correct?
That's what he told me.
Okay, and so
but I did pay when I got out of St. Gabriel. I paid January the $65 when I first had my other parole office.
Okay, but now you are in arrears. That's what it's saying. That's what we're talking about today and at this time. Okay. So I'm going to ask Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Tillis, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay, is the board ready to vote?
I am.
Okay, I'm ready to vote also. Ms. Morris, I find you in violation of number 4, which is the violation of your protective order, and I find you guilty. I find you guilty of number 10, which is you're in arrear of your supervision fees. So my vote for you today is to revoke. Mr. Prater, how about you?
I concur for your with those reasons.
Okay, Mr. Tillis, how about you?
My vote is to revoke.
So y'all gonna revoke me on fines and fees?
Okay, Ms. Morris, you're in violation of Okay, we're gonna close out at Jefferson at this time, and it's 10:54. And the decision is to revoke.
Y'all have a good day.
So what I have to do on my time? Sure.
Looks like it's holding down. You see on the screen where it is.
Yeah, I know. So don't say anything you don't want recorded.
Good morning. How do you pronounce your name? Is it ALQASIM? Say your name for me.
Samir ALQASIM. ALQASIM.
ALQASIM. Samir ALQASIM. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're at EBR Parish Prison, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your DOC number is 740805. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The date today is August the 27th, 2024, and the time is 11:05. And will the staff here introduce themselves? No, we don't have to do that. Okay. Is there any staff in there with you at the parish prison that needs to introduce themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Lieutenant Mayberry.
Lieutenant Mayberry. Okay.
Yes.
The board members today is myself, Carolyn Stapleton, and I am chairing the meeting. And then we have Tillis, Mr. Chuck Tillis, and Mr. Steve Prater. And so all three of us will be asking you questions concerning your case. Okay. The first thing I'm going to ask, well, no, did you sign a questionnaire that asked you whether or not you had an attorney or you wanted an attorney present with you? You have that with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you're not going to have an attorney with you today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, no attorney. All right. So now moving on to that one. Now I'm going to read the information on your revocation page. And you have the option to plead guilty, not guilty, or either one of those, not guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty with a statement. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. The first one is you were given a travel permit for Seattle, Washington, which was set in on May 10th of 2023. No further contact was made with you. You were arrested on May 19th, 2024 by Washington State Police, and you were extradited back to Louisiana. Okay. You were given a travel permit for Seattle, Washington, which I think this is, that it says no further comment. So how do you plead that? Because this is just saying it again. Let me make sure. It's saying it twice and it's got the exact same date, no further comment. You were arrested on May 19th, 2024 by Washington. Okay, it's just, I don't know, it just repeats itself. Okay, so how do you plead on that, sir?
I plead guilty with a statement, please.
Okay. Okay. All right. So now what we're going to do is Mr. Prater has your case today. So he is going to ask you the first questions concerning this. Mr. Prater?
So Good morning. My question is pretty simple, is why didn't you let everybody know where you were for a year?
Yes, sir. I made contact with Miss Polk. Actually, I attempted to contact her, which the cell phone number was off at the time. That's no excuse. I could have got in touch with somebody, probation and parole, calling them. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Prater. I just got married and got a family. After 2 days after my permit was up, I had a warrant. I called and found out I had a warrant. Man to man, I just didn't have the nerve to pick up and leave my family in Seattle and come way down here and put them in a situation, to where maybe or whatever. So I just stayed out there and continued working, sir, to be honest with you. And I mean, it was a poor decision on my behalf, but I just was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I got a 2-year-old son, and it's just I didn't know what to do, man.
Is that your statement? We didn't give you a chance to read your statement or give your statement. Do you have a statement that might help me to?
I wrote something. Can I read it to y'all?
Yes.
Madam Chairman? Oh, yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay. It says, today I'm here to respectfully present my alibi about my whereabouts and reasonings to go through this process. I'm fully aware of how my actions and lack of responsibility places me in the wrong of my stipulations of parole. I've been on a straight path prior to my release, other than not checking in. I've been sober. I've never been an aggravated or violent offender. My arrests were based off poor decisions led by substance abuse. Today, I can say that I haven't used drugs since my release. I've been working with my family at the lumber company in Seattle. I'm a main provider of my household, which consists of my wife and children. Today, I'm here to ask that the parole board my parole be reinstated and have another chance to be a part of my children's lives. I made a poor decision by not contacting and being man enough to come back down here and handle my situation. Can you please take this request into consideration and reinstate my parole?
Okay, is that your statement, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had a permit to go up there to work with your family, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. How come when the parole officer called up there or called and talked to your mom said they hadn't heard from you, and your brother, who you supposed to be working up there, hadn't heard from you?
I wasn't working for my brother. I was working for my uncle. And when she contacted my mother to say that, I'll be honest with you, I think she just didn't know what to say because she knew that they had a warrant or whatever for me. She didn't know what to say, but I was working at Compton Lumber for the whole time I was up there.
So your mom was kind of just covering for you so that they wouldn't arrest you up there, maybe. I'm not, and I'm saying that's a loyal mom. That's what a mom's supposed to do, I guess. But you think that's why it was? Is that
Yes, sir. I mean, in all honesty, I don't want to put my mama in, saying nothing like that, but that's what I would assume.
Okay. Did your brother, does anybody written a letter, or has your uncle written a letter or done anything to prove that you've been up there working for him the whole time?
No, but he sent a letter to the people for the permit to come out there and work. And I wasn't even aware of how this process went and wasn't aware of what date it was going to be until about a week and a half ago. So I didn't really know what to do on that part if I needed a paper, but I got a paper sent initially to go up there from my uncle to Mr. Kevin Carmouche.
You know that the parole officer was trying to get a hold of you?
Yes, sir. And I contacted Ms. Polk several times. Her phone, I even talked to her when I attempted to contact her. I even talked to her when she came up here, and she said that she had 3 different cell phone numbers within the past year. But like I said, that's not an excuse. I'm not making an excuse. I could have called up and really called the pro office and got to the nitty gritty and said, hey, I need to speak to her. But like I said, Mr. Prater, I was scared, man. I'm a new, you know, I'm a new father, new husband. I didn't know what to do.
Okay, that's the only questions I got.
Mr. Tillis, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay, well, I noticed, so you were up there a year, is that right, before you were arrested? Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You actually, it was almost exactly a year.
It was a year and 7 days.
Yeah, a year and 7 days. And you didn't show, or did you show anybody like your W-2 forms or anything like that to prove you were working during that time? I mean,
I
you
was
didn't
actually, my family owns a lumber company. So I was really doing the subcontracting, like so I was really working for myself. Like when the contractors come into our lumber company, they might need like a painting job or so different things. And I would go out and work, you know, bid a job and get the job like that and work for the actual contractor or the resident, whoever. So, I mean, I should have filed taxes on my own.
So you continue to pay your supervision fees, is that correct? I don't show that you're in arrears for anything. Did you pay them?
Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. I sure didn't.
Okay, all right. So about how you're a year behind on that, is that what it was? I don't see that
Yes.
that was part of the.
Yes, ma'am. And I guess I don't mind catching up with it if I can get another chance. If you can relate to me, man, I was scared. I mean, I knew. I said I ain't trying to keep on throwing this factor into it, but for somebody who's lived their life since the age of 17, 16, getting high, doing drugs, never been a real adult, had responsibilities or anything like that, to get my life together, married, kids, and everything hit me at one time, being sober, I just didn't know how to handle it. And I got scared. I didn't want to.
So you say for a whole year you've been clean, correct? And
Yes, ma'am.
so when you committed your crime, you were on drugs, which
Yes,
really,
ma'am.
that's not an excuse for that, because it was burglary. And so, but you were using drugs prior to that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now you're clean a year. Are you going to anything, or did you go into rehab, anything like that that helped?
I do AA.
You go to AA or
Yes,
NA?
ma'am. AA.
AA, and you were doing that in Seattle?
Yes, ma'am. I used to go. I had a home group and everything. I used to go probably twice a week.
Okay, in Seattle.
Yes, ma'am.
So in Seattle, you were clean for a year, and that's what you were doing. You were attending AA meetings. Am I correct?
About twice a week.
Twice a week? Okay. So you kind of were doing that on your own, really, and that's a good thing.
I kind of look at that because I'm not gonna say unsure, but you know, I'm kind of questioning, you know, certain things so that's kind of like my faith type deal, I guess you could say.
Well, that's what it's for. That's what it's about. Listen, I'm gonna ask for executive session at this time. Can I have a roll call, please? So what I do, I need a second. Anyone would like to? Okay. Mr. Prater. Roll call.
Pam Benton,
Yes.
Chuck Tillis,
Yes.
Steve Prater.
Yes.
I stuttered too much, huh?
You're nervous.
Nervous. Mhm. I mean, I was honest.
Absolutely.
Session at this time. The time is 11:22 and we'll need a roll.
Carolyn Benton,
Yes.
Chuck Taylor,
Yes.
Steve Prayers.
Yes.
Okay, well, at this time, we're gonna vote and let's see, Mr. Prater has your case, so he's gonna vote first, okay?
Hey, my vote is, I want to tell you, I'm proud of you going to AA meetings. I'm proud of you keeping employment, But part of what, in fact, most of what parole is about is seeing if, in fact, you can follow the rules after you've been arrested or something. And it's apparent that you didn't follow the rules. My vote is to revoke.
Okay, and Mr. Tillis, what is your vote today?
My vote also is to revoke.
And then my vote is going to be to revoke for the same reasons and exactly what Mr. Prater said. Done a good thing with your life that you go into AA meetings, but you absconded for a whole year. And that is not a message that we can send out here that people are able to do that and there's no consequences for it. So my vote today is to revoke. And so the decision today is that we're going to revoke.
Thank you.
Okay.
That I'm a little bit iffy on. I don't know exactly who you're in front of, but everything. I don't see how. Usually there's a line for this. Well, you can't ask for that. That's just something that you should. They want to. Well, you are gone, you're gone. Yeah, just be fair. Like, you can call me from here. Call me.
right, good morning, Mr. Bell.
Good morning.
We're gonna start your parole revocation hearing. So the day, 8/27/24, and time is 11:34. The board members today is myself, Carolyn Stapleton, I'm the chairman, and we have Mr. Chuck Tillis, and we have Mr. Steve Prater. And your name is Merle Bell, is that correct? Merle Bell?
Merle Bell. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. DOC 11685, is that correct?
131685. Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, today you have been brought before us for a revocation hearing. Oh, no, wait, do you have a questionnaire sheet?
Ma'am.
Questionnaire sheet. They're gonna put it on the screen. You should have a questionnaire sheet that's asks about an attorney, if you qualify for an attorney.
Yes, ma'am, I see it.
Okay.
Oh.
You see? Okay, it says that you do not qualify for for us to give you an attorney for free. So you don't have an attorney with you today, and you want to speak on your own behalf. That's what you checked.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure. So we're going to proceed now. All right, you have been charged with, you failed to refrain from criminal conduct as evident by your arrest on 2/5/24 for the charge of domestic abuse battery. You were billed under DC-24-00-816 and on 6/20/24. It was dismissed due to the DA's office not being able to contact the victim. And so you get a choice of how do you want to plead for that: guilty with a statement, not guilty with a statement, or just not guilty or guilty. What would you like to plead?
All right. I was arrested, but the case was
Oh, now
dismissed.
what we're going to do is just get your plea. You can plead guilty or not guilty with a statement, or guilty or not guilty, period. And then you can explain it later. We're going to talk in a minute. So what's your plea on that?
I'm guilty with a statement.
Okay, all right, all righty. Let me write that down. Okay, and then the next one is a special condition that the last time you, before the board, it's gonna say, you were to complete the domestic violence offender program as ordered by the parole board on 4/19/2021. You failed to provide the office with proof that you have enrolled and completed the domestic violence offender program as ordered by the parole board after your previous arrest for domestic abuse battery against the same victim. That's a 26-week course, I believe. So how do you plead to that one?
Guilty with a statement.
Okay. Oh, I accidentally skipped over one, just a second. And the other one is you are currently $2,249 in arrears on supervision fees. The last payment the office received was from a tax intercept on 6/2/22 in the amount of $196. So how do you plead to that one?
I'm guilty with a statement.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, today your case is being handled by Mr. Tillis, and he is going to start off the questioning of you. Mr. Tillis, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Mr. Bell, how are you doing this morning?
All right. How you doing, Mr. Tillis?
All right. Tell me what happened with the arrest and the domestic violence.
Okay, so it was a Friday night. I had just come home and it had been a little while. We had an 8, and then she tell me about she want to go take her food stamp card and go get some drugs for it. All right, so I tell her, you know, why would you do that? We don't have no food in the house. You know, I ain't got the money right now to buy us no food. I haven't got paid yet. So she got mad and she called the police. So that's what happened with the arrest.
Okay, so both of you were doing drugs at the time?
No, sir, I don't do drugs. I had did a little drinking, but I don't do drugs.
She does drugs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about the special condition? And I'm skipping over one, but the special condition of you to go to class. What happened? Why didn't you do that?
Okay. I was in prison for 30 years. When I went to prison, I was young. When I came home, I was 49 years old. I don't know nothing about the technology of today's world. You know, the Wi-Fi and all this other stuff. I did 30 years in prison. So when you got to be on the phone or either on the computer to go to the class, I explained to the lady that once my phone cuts off, once I run out of data, I don't know how to get it back on the phone unless I pay my phone bill. And I only pay my phone bill every month once I get paid. But I was going to the class until she told me to stop.
Okay. And what's your reasoning why you're behind $2,249?
Well, I think I had paid a payment after the date they said. I can't really remember, but I'm taking care of all the bills and I'm taking care of me and her. You know, so
I see.
You know, my money is real tight.
I got you. I have no more questions.
Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I'm interested in a little bit more about the domestic violence arrest. You mean there wasn't any kind of domestic violence at all? It
No,
was just,
sir.
she just wanted to leave and you said, no, I don't want you spending food stamp money on drugs, and she called the police.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't she just walk out the door?
I don't know why she didn't just leave. And in the police report, they said they didn't see no remarks. She even tried to take the charge back and told the people she ain't mean it. But he had already put me in the police car and told her it was too late.
Okay, have you ever been arrested or the police ever called when you supposedly hit the same woman?
The first time, yes, sir.
Okay.
I came to jail for it and I did my time and got out.
So you got convicted of that?
Well, yes, sir. It was a misdemeanor that they convicted me of.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's all the questions I got.
Okay, so when this happened in 2021, what did you get arrested for doing to her? I know it was domestic violence, but what kind of domestic violence?
I just slapped her.
Oh, you just slapped her?
Yes, ma'am. She had went in my mama bedridden.
Mm-hmm.
And she blind. She had went in my mama purse and took my mama money so she can go buy some drugs with it. So when I came home from work, my mama told me about it.
Well, you know, and so then the question would be,
because she did that to my mama.
Answer something. So the question to you would be the same thing anybody would ask a woman under these circumstances. Why have you stayed? You're paying all the bills, you say, and she's stealing from you and she's stealing from your mama. Why haven't you just left her and cleaned your backyard up?
Well, to be honest with you, I had started caring about her. I really wanted to help her, you know.
So all the more reasons for you to, I guess both of y'all, but I mean, really even you, to get the domestic violence classes, because they'd be talking about stuff like that that's going on in that home.
Yes, when I was going to the domestic abuse classes, that's what we was talking about.
Right.
You know, I was going to them, but once the data leave off my phone, then the lady that was over the classes, she wouldn't let me just be on the phone and participate in the class. She had to be able to see me. So she wouldn't let me participate in the class no more.
Unless you could be on a computer, is that what you're talking about by seeing you?
Yes, ma'am.
So
She
you
had to
couldn't
see me.
use a computer, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
So what was your conversation with your probation officer about that? What kind of conversations took place with y'all? When you said, okay, I can't just call up, I gotta see her in person. Which made you fail to complete your special condition.
And she understood that. She said, well, I prefer you to get a hands-on class because I know you not really good with the technology of today.
Uh-huh.
So she had wanted me to get an in-house class, go to an in-house class.
Right. And what happened?
Well, that's what we're trying to do now.
No, that's what you're trying to do now. So let's back it up. When you were in, you weren't attending, you couldn't get on a computer. And she made this statement to you because in Baton Rouge, they have this. You know, so there's a possibility of driving over there and getting these classes. So why did you not do that?
Me and my parole officer never talked about that.
So what were you going to do in-house? What was going to be the in-house?
Well, she wanted me to, while I'm incarcerated right now, she said the class would take 6 to 8 months. And she wanted me to complete the class right now while I'm in jail.
Okay. All right. And did she speak to anybody about that, or you're waiting to see? So it would be it would be it'd be something that you would stay in jail and complete. Is that correct? That she's thinking would be good for you to do?
Yes, ma'am. She said she didn't want to revoke me because 2048 is a long time and I had just did all that other time.
Right.
She said, well, I'm I forgot what word she used.
Recommendation, maybe?
Ma'am, yeah, recommendation. I'm gonna recommend that you do an in-house class. It should take you 6 to 8 months to complete it.
Okay. All right.
You know.
And so that's something you're willing to do, am I correct? Go ahead and that 6 to 8 months, be in jail and get this training.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, if you love this woman and she's having drug problems, which you need it for a lot of reasons, for yourself, and then so you don't need to be beaten on her.
But also, I need to separate myself from her.
That's right. That's what those classes are about.
You know, so I really need this separation.
Right.
And kind of like let her go ahead and get her business, and then I could do what I need to do, and then get back out there and
they
start
call
living
that
my life again.
codependency when you have something like that going on. I mean, you're in love with a person, but maybe they're not good for you. So let me go into special session and see what we can find out about this. Okay. Executive session. Yes, I'm calling for an executive session.
I second.
Okay.
Yes.
Carolyn Stapleton,
Yes.
Chuck Tennis,
Yes.
Steve Pruitt.
Yes.
Meet you for a little bit, and they're going to go and talk and get together and see what they want to do.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Bell, we're returning
Ma'am?
from executive session. The time is 11:58 and we're going to do a roll call.
Mr. Freedom,
Yes.
Mr. Tillman, Ms. Stapleton.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, we have, you have in support that would like to speak for you, your sister, Miss Marilyn Martin. You also have a brother, but he's not speaking. Your brother, Sean Jackson.
Yes, ma'am.
But he's not speaking, but your sister, Marilyn Martin, would like to speak.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. This is Marilyn, and I just kind of wanted to take a few minutes. I won't take up much of your time.
Okay.
Try to keep it to about 5 minutes to
No, ma'am, you have to, I mean, the maximum for anybody is 3 minutes. So just briefly what you want to say.
Yes, ma'am. Pretty much what I said in my statement. I just want to say this on behalf of my brother Merle. As we all know, he was discharged, a few years ago, maybe 3-4 years, after serving 30 years. What I want to point out is that Merle really needs resources. He really needs help. Merle was only 17 when he went in, and when Merle came out of prison, he thought things were still, we were all still children, and he still was just trying to pick up from when he was like 17 for some reason. I don't know if that's human nature or what, but he came out and he came straight home to us after 30 years. I really feel like Merle should not have came back to live with family right away. He should have went to somewhere to get the skills that he would need to live in society, and he did not do that. Matter of fact, when they let him out, it was down on the corner downtown in December. He called me. I was halfway to Clinton to my job, and I turned around and went back and picked up Merle off the corner. He didn't even have on shoes. He had on slipper socks or something he had on. But anyway, they let him out down there, and that was it. That was it. And said, go live after 30 years. And Merle did not handle it very well. It was a transition for him to try to live with us, to try to get back into society. One thing that Merle did that I really admire, Merle got a job almost immediately. I wish I just don't even know how that happened. But anyway, and he held that job all that time, even through this toxic relationship with this lady. And I'm not saying that everything is her fault, because I'm a lady too, and I don't want anybody to touch me or hit me. And so I'm not saying everything is this lady's fault, but he could not have gotten together with the worst person. I mean, they just were not good for one another. It's a very toxic relationship that Merle was in.
Okay.
So I just want to say that I just think Merle has a lot of potential. I don't think he needs to be, I think he's too smart for that. And when I say too smart for that, I don't mean like smarter than any of us. I do not think prison is the place for him. I think that Merle has great potential if he has been given a chance and given the resources that's needed. Anger management, he needs therapy, all of that. I think that he can do well. So I was just trying to paint a vivid picture of what's going on with Merle. He's telling the truth about what happened in the first domestic violence case, which that still does not condone what he did, how he handled that situation. The young lady was robbing my mama blind, and my mom is blind and a paraplegic and can't move. And so I'm just saying, I'm not saying that he should have laid hands on the young lady, but she was doing that every day. Merle just kind of caught on to it one particular day, but she was doing it every day. And so I'm gonna close with this. His job, ma'am.
I'm listening to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking.
That's okay.
His job, as far as his job, they think very highly of him. As a matter of fact, they sent a statement. I forwarded that statement to you all. He's been so helpful and help us caring for our mom. And I just want to close out by saying I don't think sending him back is the answer. I think Merle needs resources. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Him after 30 years, because he was only a baby, really going.
Okay. Well, we understand it, and actually, I understood it when he was telling me what he was saying too. Okay, so at this time, we're gonna lead up, we're gonna vote. The board members are gonna vote. I want you to know, Mr. Bell, I do feel like you have been, I mean, 30 years to be away from technology and everything is a huge mountain to climb. I get that, okay? I was very happy to hear that you were willing to take the domestic violence offender program in jail. And that they have a long-term program that's like 26 weeks. Hopefully also while you're in there, there's probably some other programs that help prepare people to go back into society. You need all of that because just to drive a car now is so different from when you were there. So my vote today is going to be, don't revoke in lieu of you completing a domestic violence offender program, a long-term program while you were in jail. That is my vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Tillis, what is your vote?
I concur with.
Okay, and Mr. Prater, what is your vote?
Thank you.
I concur. Do not revoke with the special condition that he successfully complete a long-term domestic violence program.
Thank you.
Mr. Prater added correctly, so the word, I want you to successfully complete the program. And as your sister reiterated, this is something that you need to have a healthy life in the future emotionally. And so today we're not going to revoke you, but it's in lieu of you finishing this program. And also, I would remind you, when you do get out, even though you've got bills, you need to talk to your parole officer and let them work with you on whatever your payments will be, because that'll get you revoked again, quick and in a hurry. So you don't want to have that happen to you, and you're already in arrears, so that's something you're going to need to take care of. So at this time, the decision is to not revoke in lieu of you successfully completing the domestic violence offender program while you are in jail.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank y'all.
Okay, Mr. Benton?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing fine. Okay, so you're at EBR Parish Prison, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Today is August the 27th, 2024, and the time is 12:24. And my name is Carolyn Stapleton, and I'm going to chair the board today. Also, board members is going to be Chuck Tillis and Steve Prater. So I have that your name is Charles Benton and your DOC number is 436692. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's correct. Mr. Tillis is going to have your case today, by the way. Now, I'm going to read some information on your revocation sheet, okay? Now, when I read it, I'm going to give you the number on it, and you're going to plead guilty or not guilty, and you're going to plead with a statement or not a statement, okay? So if it's like, I'm guilty, but I want to explain, you can just say guilty with a statement, and then when we have the questions, you can speak to Mr. Tillis about that. So you understand that? Oh, right. I have to ask you, questionnaire. Do you have a questionnaire there? You
Yes,
recognize that? Okay, do you
Yes, ma'am.
recognize that you do not qualify for us to give you an attorney and you want to proceed anyway with today's hearing? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So now we can move forward. Okay. So number one, you failed to provide any report starting in August the 23rd until the present. So how do you plead?
Guilty with a statement.
Okay. And then you changed your residence August of 2023 and failed to notify law enforcement. How do you plead?
Guilty with a statement.
Okay. You engaged in criminal conduct on January 15th, 2024. As a result, you were arrested on that date and charged with misdemeanor theft, knowingly providing false information, failure to notify law enforcement of change of address, renewal of registration of sex offender on 6/26/24 under EBR DC probably dash 24-00910, failure to register as a sex offender. You pled guilty to this charge and was sentenced to 6 months parish prison with credit for time served. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty with a statement.
All righty. Then you failed to attend sex offender treatment in August, September, October, November, December of January 2023. Yes, of 2023, and then of January 2024. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty with a statement.
Okay. You currently owe $693 towards supervision fees that you are in arrears. How do you plead to that?
Guilty with a statement.
Okay. Okay. At this time, Mr. Tillis is going to be asking you questions for the board.
Good morning, Mr. Benton. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Good. Let's talk about your failure to provide report. The first one.
Overall, I only really, I guess one statement covers everything, but I know I messed up when I got out. Listen, I'm gonna start like this because this is all I have to offer is that I did over 20 years in prison. This is not an excuse. I'm just telling the board what happened with me and how I'm in this position. This is not to justify anything. I got out with basically no support, friends, family, and I was doing good. And I got a job and I was doing everything that I was supposed to do. And things were just moving too fast for me because I spent over 20 years in prison. And I got caught up with somebody living with me and I started doing drugs and I became addicted. And that addiction really controlled everything else in my life that I did. So basically everything that I just admitted guilt to is the result of a drug addiction. I, I wasn't running from my obligations or what I was supposed to be doing correctly. What I was doing was chasing a high. This is not an excuse. This is just what happened. And so, yes, I did fail to do all these things. Once I become addicted, I lost my vehicle, I lost my job, and then I lost my apartment, which is the residence that I was staying at. So I didn't like just leave my residence and say, you know what, I'm out of here. That I was evicted, and I just didn't know what to do other than I was addicted to drugs, and that's all I was after. So that's the only statement that I can have, and I would ask that the board would consider that and give me an opportunity to go to a drug treatment program because I do know what I'm supposed to be doing, and I can do what I'm supposed to be doing. So that's my statement.
So to the second charge, is that the reason why you didn't notify law enforcement about your residents being evicted?
Yeah, I got evicted, and like I said, I really just didn't know what to do. I didn't have nowhere to go, or I mean, I had no one to lean on, and so and like I say, I was chasing a high, chasing dope. There's no excuse that doesn't justify it to make it okay.
Wait, what about the criminal arrest that you had? What happened there?
That was January the 15th. I remember the weather because I was outside and living in the woods. I don't know if anybody else does. That was the first night of the real freeze this year. It was getting down to 18 or 20 degrees. It was going to be 18 degrees the next night. I did go into Walmart and I took stuff to get warm with. I got some hand warmers and some fuel to light some wood so I could have a fire that night because it was cold outside. It had been raining, so there's no way for me to. So that, yes, I did that, and not proud of it, but.
Okay, what about the sex offender classes that you were supposed to have been taking? Why didn't you take those? I'm sorry, why didn't you register as a sex offender?
I didn't show up for, I guess, I was originally registered, and I think in October or something, or January, I was supposed to show back up at the sheriff's office to renew my registration, and I didn't make it over there in time. So, but I was originally registered as a sex offender at my address before I was evicted.
At your prior?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what about failing to attend the sex offender classes?
All right, I was attending those every month, and after I was evicted and I had no transportation, this is no excuse. I was on the other side of town trying to survive, and I didn't make him over there. So I did.
Understand. So
I missed those classes.
Okay, are you employed, or were you employed at the time?
I was employed until July of 2023. That's when I lost my job, and then I got evicted in August. And this is when all these probation, parole violations occurred after I lost my job and got evicted from my house.
Okay, I see you're only in the rear of $693. So when was the last time you paid, or how were you paying?
All right, I was paying online, and I had a job. I was working at Best Deal Millworks here in Baton Rouge, building doors and windows and stuff. And so I was paying online every month. And when I went to the sex offender classes, I said I just started missing those once I got evicted and stuff. So I was paying that. Currently, I'm unemployed.
Okay. What about the drug problem you have? You still have a drug problem, or?
Well, I've been in the parish jail for 9 months, drug free, but that doesn't mean I don't have an addiction still. I can tell you I've been clean for 9 months, thanks to the jail.
Okay.
But I was still. I didn't hear you, sir.
Do you have any plans to take some treatment for your problem?
I do. I really would like to go to a drug treatment program. There's a 29-day, 28-day program at CARP, but I know there's a longer program. I think DOC might have one for a year and 9 months. I would volunteer and willfully go to a 9-month or 1 year program, you know, and as a condition of parole, because I do need it.
Okay, I have no more questions. Yeah,
Yes,
I have no more questions.
Mr. Prater, do you have any questions? Mr. Prater, do you have any questions? Mr. Prater, do you have any?
I was muted. I'm sorry. No, ma'am, I do not have any questions.
Okay. I don't have any questions either. I don't have any questions. Is the board ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to start with Mr. Tillis because this is your case, sir.
My vote is to revoke.
Okay. And Mr. Prater, what is your vote? Mr. Prater, how do you vote today?
To revoke.
Okay. And sir, my vote is to revoke also. So the decision of the board today is that you have been revoked. You have now the opportunity to do the different things you'd like to. I suggest you speak to people in there to see about getting with DOC and getting in a treatment program or whatever you can find for yourself. So the time now is 12:37 and we close out for the day.
He's still left. We need to join again?
Okay, so are we ready right now?
I am ready.
Yes.
Ashley, I don't see my picture. I don't see us. It's not muted.
We ready? Okay. Okay. Meeting today is ready to start. We're at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The date is 8/27/24. The time is 12:48. Headquarters staff, would you introduce yourself, please? No? Oh, okay. Introduction. Okay, so my name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm going to chair the board today. We also have the board members of Chuck Tillis and Steve Prater. I see that you have support, and on this list by way of Zoom is the cousin, Krista Cotlong, I suppose, Cotlong, support. And she would like to speak. The cousin Stacy Toole, she would like to speak. With Stacy is Denise Smith in support of her sister. She will not speak. Also is Dan Murphy. Y'all can correct me when you actually talk. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. He's the son and he's in support. George Pull, he is in support, a cousin. He's on Zoom, not to speak. Charles Murphy, he's in support, a son, and not to speak. So, right now I'm going to read the inmate and the information. Okay, so this is Dana Murphy, DOC 347916. Your date of your age is July 22nd, 1973. You're a third-class offender. Your offense was first-degree robbery, amended from armed robbery. Your sentencing date was December 13th, 2006. Your sentence was 30 years in the custody of Louisiana Department of Corrections to be served without benefit of probation, pardon, or suspension of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence with credit for time served. You have a parole date. Your earliest was September 18th, 2024. You have no good time eligibility. Your full-time date is September 17th, 2034. Is that correct, Ms. Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm a newbie on this, so just hang in there with me, okay?
But I thought
All right. I have to read instructions, so here we go. So the process is gonna be, I would like for you to explain to me why you are in prison right now. What happened?
Well, I was on drugs and I went to a Walmart parking lot and robbed a lady for her money.
Okay, is that all there is to that?
She had an infant with her, but I didn't touch neither one of them.
You had an infant with her and you didn't touch it, but okay. You don't want to say any more than that, right? Is that what it is?
I mean, basically that was it.
Okay. All right, so let's see what we got next. All right, the warden. Would you like to introduce yourself and do you have anything that you'd like to talk to us about concerning Ms. Murphy, please? Is the warden in there or no?
No.
You're by yourself. Okay, I'm sorry. A lot of times the warden is there. Okay, so you're gonna have 3 supporters today, and they're allowed to speak about, okay? So, we're gonna get started with that, your supporters. Let me get my list again, I'm sorry. All right, we're gonna start with your cousin, Krista. Krista, will you pronounce your last name for me, please?
Yes, ma'am. It's Cotlong.
Cotlong, okay. What do you have to say for Dana?
Okay, like Dana said, Dana's been incarcerated for 20 years, a little over 20 years, and like she said, she was on drugs. And I'm not sure if you all, I know by being on the board that you know about it, but when you're in addiction, you do things that you don't normally do. You're not thinking straight, the only thing that's important is getting the drugs. I feel as though that Dana has attended a lot of classes. The first part of her incarceration, it was a rough start for her, which I'm sure it is for a lot of people trying to adjust. But then once she started wanting to change, her speech changed, her actions started changing, and her family, we could see the change in her. We knew she was changing just from her vocabulary, the way she talked. I believe that everybody deserves a second chance. Did she need to be punished? Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, she did. I also feel as though she has served enough time for her crime. 20 years on a 30-year sentence is enough for her to have opened her eyes to want to change, to start changing. I believe she will be an asset to the community if you all will grant her parole, because Dana is a very loving person. And I feel as though she can mentor the people that are heading in the direction that she once was, that she can go and maybe talk to them, give them some of her experiences, what it's like to lose your life for 20 years behind drugs, that no, ma'am, it's not worth it, And like I said, I feel like she'll be an asset to the community. And I feel as though that she's ready to come home. Her family's ready, ma'am and sirs. I just ask you to please just give her another chance.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Cotlong. Okay, now we
Yes,
have
ma'am.
Stacy. Okay, thank you. Now we have Stacy Tull, who would like to speak on Ms. Murphy's behalf.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm her cousin, Stacy. I live in Baton Rouge. I'm a nurse. I work from home. Hopefully, if she is released, she could stay with me and my husband. We have other family in the community, and everybody loves her, and we're here to support her, to keep her, make sure she stays on the right track. And like I say, I grew up with Dana from a baby on, and I know she has a good heart. She's a good person. And obviously there was a time in her life where she strayed. She had a hard personal life also, on drugs, obviously committed crime. Over the years that she's been in jail, I've kept in touch with her, talked to her about her crime and about how she is, shows remorse for doing it, wishes things were different, that she didn't go down that path. And I've talked to her about what do you want to do to change, your life and be better. And she has done that. I feel she went into jail with only an 8th grade education, and she got her GED while she was in jail. She's taken religious and other educational classes. where she's gotten certificates and such. She's gone to church, you know, so I feel that she is ready to come back into society if she has that chance to, you know, just be a better person, get a job, be productive, obviously be with her family. We miss her. She has grandkids she's never met. You know, both her parents have passed while she's in jail, but there's a lot of family here that is here to support her, and we love her.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very much. I know she appreciates that, everything that you said. Okay, Mr. Danon Murphy, the son. Danon Murphy. You want to pronounce your name? I probably butchered it. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. It's Danon Murphy.
Danon, okay. What you'd like to say about your mother?
It's kind of different. You know, because it's my mother, and it's not that I need anybody to feel bad or anything, but you know, you only get one in your lifetime, and at the end of the day, the truth is, my mother did wrong. You know, so she had to deal with the consequences. But like my other family members said, you know, there is change within her. So if she decided to change and wants to be turn her life over to be a positive light in the community, like my cousin said, she can help people that she could see going down that road and help stop them. And we could never get the time back that we lost, but I always prayed that she would live through her sentence and be able to come home and be with her grandkids. You know, we can't get the time back that we lost, but if God say the same, she could have spend the rest of her life with the family and her grandkids. That's it.
All right. Thank you so very much. Okay. Well, we don't have any other people to speak at this time. So, Ms. Murphy, I'm going to come back to you. Would you like to tell me some more things about your life while you've been in jail? Maybe some of the certificates, like they talked about, that you went in there with an 8th grade education, and now I know that you got your GED. You're in Ashland University, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I'm working towards my degree in business management.
Okay, so you're working towards it, and you've got 9 hours so far, huh?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
That's huge. You started off with an 8th grade education. Now, I saw where you started taking drugs, you said when you were 8 years old, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So what was going on with your life during all those years? I mean, to be 8 years old and start taking drugs.
Well, my mom worked at night, and I basically stayed by myself, and that's when I started smoking marijuana.
And that's when it all started?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have an extensive criminal history, a long criminal history involving drugs, shoplifting, multiple offenses, lot of intoxication, and it all led up to that terrible day when you robbed that lady in Walmart.
Right.
Charged with robbing her and kidnapping her. And the second part of that was you held a knife to her and to while she was holding the baby, which added to your added to your crime.
Yes, ma'am.
So actually it was an aggravated crime with that. Do you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know what you said, that you were on drugs during all that time too. So you really just, I guess, just didn't care what was happening.
Right. I had been up for days, and I just, yeah, I didn't care.
I have your case today. Your case is mine, so of course I spent a lot of time on it. Yours was the most I printed out of everybody's because it goes back so far. And something that you need to know is whenever your case was brought up before the DA, it could have been much worse. And it was dismissed, they dismissed the the kidnapping charges and reduced the armed robbery to a first-degree robbery. And that was approved by your victim because she was so emotionally upset by the victimization, she was too upset to testify. And that was 2 years later.
Yes, ma'am.
It's hard for people, I think, to visualize when I've talked to offenders when I've gone into the jail with crime victims panels, and what they tell me is, for a long time, the only thing they can think about is appeals and how they can get back out of jail and get on parole and stuff like that. And so it's hard to visualize what the victim is going through, what it put them through during that time. But a lot of times, sometimes victims stay victims, sometimes they become survivors and they're able to go on with their life. But 2 years later, this lady was suffering because that was a 4-month-old baby. She didn't expect that to happen. So it was second-degree kidnapping due to the knife. And it had been charges carried a penalty of up to 40 years consecutively. Had you been charged with all of this, the armed robbery carried a penalty of up to 99 years without the benefit of probation or parole, suspension of sentence. And it was pled down to first-degree robbery and 30 years from all. So you got to know you got a huge break. That could have been that was going to be your whole life in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
How about classes? Have you taken any classes since you've been there?
Yes, ma'am. I've taken all the classes that are required and some that wasn't. And the only thing I haven't taken is the reentry.
Yeah. What class do you find you got the most out of?
Probably the living in balance 1, 2, and 3 phase.
Yeah, people, I hear that a lot. What is it about living in balance that makes such a difference? Because I do hear that a lot.
It deals with the, the drugs and stuff. So.
Okay. How do you think you're going to be affected? When you get out and you have that opportunity to drugs. I see you got some family support today, thank goodness, but one of the things that was a comment was that you had a propensity to violence. Of course, that was when you were in the drugs, and that your mother was a person that you victimized quite a bit. She's not with you any longer.
Right. Well, I'm basically, I face drugs every day in here, and I've been clean, so I don't think drugs is going to be a problem at all. I would just love, to get out and be a mom and a grandma, and do productive things. I've never been a grandma before. I have 4 grandkids I've never met.
Mm-hmm. Dana, how long have you been clean? When did you make that switch? How long is that? How many years are we talking about that you went from making the switch to where you wanted to get that GED and go to college, which is huge, and say, okay, I'm going to start taking advantage of these programs? How many years ago was that?
I got my GED in 2010. So it's been a while,
Yeah, so we're talking 14 years ago that you made that switch. You went from 8th grader to GED. So that's something to be very proud of. You got opposition from the DA's office and the chief of police. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Well, I can go ahead and tell you the DA's office they're opposed because of the threats to stab the victim and take her baby during the robbery was particularly cruel. Sheriff is a blanket of opposition, but the chief of police, he's opposed due to the heinous nature and violent circumstances of the crimes and feels like you would still pose a significant risk to public safety. So those are two people that are very important that's opposed. The Assistant Attorney General is opposed also based upon the severity of the case, and the judge is opposed. So I'm going to pass this along right now to my fellow board member, Mr. Prater.
Yes, good morning or good afternoon now. Let me ask you, where were you fixing to take this person to? When you had the knife and you're going across the parking lot, why?
I had forgot where my ride was. I was so out of it. I forgot where my ride was and basically just walked her across the parking lot,
Okay.
one of the lanes.
Okay, that's all I had.
Hey, Mr. Chillis, what's your vote today?
I wanted to
I
ask
mean,
a
not
couple.
vote, I'm sorry, not vote, no, questions, Mr. Chillis.
Yeah,
I apologize.
I was asking, and I looked at her programs that she took. And I think you elaborated on it a little bit about the living in balance drug classes is what I was concerned about. And I wanted to know, were you also using alcohol?
No, sir.
Just
I
the
won't.
drugs?
Yes, sir.
So you've taken quite a few drug classes since you've been there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think you're doing good. You've done a GED and working, you're in college. I think that's good. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Hey, is the board ready to vote now?
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Our camera is black. Okay, hold on. Let me see. What is going on, girl?
Ms. Murphy?
ma'am.
I'm so proud of everything that you've accomplished at this point.
Hold on a second.
And you're so going in the right direction and have been now for 40 years. And everything that your family said, that you can be an asset to society when you get out, when you can talk to other people and keep them going in the right direction. I want you to continue that, and I'd like to see you continue your college education while you're in a position that you can do it. But based upon the opposition and the heinousness of the crime, I'm going to have to vote to deny today for those reasons. Mr. Prater?
Concur with your vote and reasons.
And Mr. Chillis?
My vote is to deny, and I think you need a little bit more time served on this crime, and also take some more classes, drug classes that may help you.
Can I say something? Am I allowed to say anything else?
No.
No, ma'am, it's closed. Everything is finished now. So she will have another opportunity to come back before a board. I don't know exactly when. And so this concludes this hearing for today. And the board has voted to deny your parole. And I'm signing off at 1:10 from, is it East Baton Rouge Parish Jail? LTCW. LTCW, I'm sorry.
See, it froze up anyway. I can't believe this, man.
I am behind, I guess.
All right, we're good. Let me make this bigger for you.
You got it?
Yes, sir.
I know you got it.
Come on. There you
Camera's on.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna step out.
All righty.
I was running late on my video. There it is. Oh, like that. Sorry about that, because I'll be running behind on mine, I guess.
No, you're right. We he saw it immediately. What were we
I didn't
doing?
even know.
Hello, Mr. Oh shoot, I went blank. Mr. Talbert, I'm sorry. We're gonna start your hearing. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Ready?
okay, we're gonna start your hearing. Today is August the 27th, 2024. I have your name down as Joshua Jermaine PERRO. Is that how you pronounce it?
My name is Jeffrey Talbert.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry, I got the wrong. Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. Excuse me, please.
You're fine.
Okay, now, Jeffrey Brian Talbert, right?
Yes, ma'am.
DOC number 770144.
Yes, ma'am.
Your age, your birth date is 11/8/1986. You're a first class offender, and it was indecent behavior with a juvenile. You were sentencing date was 6/27/22. You were sentenced to 5 years hard labor. Your parole date is 7/20/24. You're not eligible for a good time date. Your full time date is 10/20/25. Is everything I read correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's see. All right, here we're at DOC headquarters. Okay, we don't have to do that. Okay, where you're at, can you, the staff introduce yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jason Johnson. I'm the program manager for the Steve Hoyle Substance Abuse Program here and the Sex Offender Treatment Unit.
Oh, okay, it's a pleasure to meet you today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're fixing to get started with our hearing. Let's see. All right, so we've got that. So you verified your name, Master President. Okay, what I'd like for you to do now is explain to me about your crime, sir.
I was accused of texting my stepdaughter, and I'm guilty of that. And they hit me with indecent behavior of a juvenile.
So what kind of text did you send her?
It was sexual text messaging.
Oh, okay. All right. How about any program? Well, no, we're going to get into that later. Right now, we have somebody in support of you. We're going to hear from Mr. Howard Scott, your employer, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Scott?
Good morning.
Hi there.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Howard Scott. I've been Jeffrey's employer. He was a good worker for me, and when he gets out of jail, he's got a job waiting. And he'll have support, place to stay if he needs it. I just want to let you know that I know Jeff to be a decent person, and you know, he's always on time, and he was always a great worker for me. And I believe that if he did do these crimes, that he's learned his lesson. And he'll have all the support to succeed, I know, from me and my family, if that's any interest to the court.
Okay. All right, so he's got a job with you. All right. Here we go. Now there's supporters. All right, well, the board is, did I say that we're at DORCHEAT? I don't know if I said the location where we're at. BIENVILLE DORCHEAT is where Mr. Talbert is at. I might have accidentally forgot to say that. Okay, so now we're going to start our questioning, which Mr. Prater has your case today. We're going to start with Mr. Prater.
Hey, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
Other than being in jail, huh?
Yes, sir.
Doing all right. Okay, let me ask you something. you said texting with your stepdaughter. Your stepdaughter's how old at the time?
At the time, 16.
16 or 15?
Think it was 16. I'm not sure because I didn't keep up with her age that much. I think it was 16. But it could have been 15, but I'm not sure offhand.
Okay, did you have oral sex with her?
No, sir.
So all it is a texting deal. You were originally charged with carnal knowledge of a juvenile, indecent behavior with a juvenile, computer-aided solicitation of a juvenile, and you're saying it's just a few texts.
Yes, sir. Because they ended up dropping all the other charges and hit me with indecent behavior.
Yeah, so sometimes they have plea bargains, and they do that quite often. But it's our job to get into the real skinny of what happened.
Yes,
and
sir.
and I'm thinking from what I read, there was a little bit more to it than just that.
We didn't do nothing sexual together.
Well, I'm reading over the offense report, and let's see. The daughter said she did. I mean, do you remember that part?
No, sir.
So you're saying that was never said, or that was never part of the case?
I didn't go to trial. I wound up just taking a plea bargain.
Okay. So you don't know what's in the offense report or anything, huh?
No, sir. I haven't. I don't even have a copy of that report of everything that had been said. Because, like I said, I didn't go to trial.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. That would make this short and simple. You're gonna get out on 10, 20, or 25 anyway, right?
Yes, sir.
Whether you get this parole or not.
Yes,
And you
sir.
took a plea bargain from 3 serious charges to 1 serious charge. And when you get out, you're going to be considered a sex offender and have to register, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Tillis.
I see the classes you attend at Steve Harvey.
Yes, sir.
And how do you feel about those classes you've taken?
They're helping me to become a better person than what I was when I was out there in the world. Because I'm taking risk management. I've taken still in risk management, took empathy and awareness. I'm in anger management now, and I'm in a tutoring class helping tutor other inmates.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay, I got a few. From what I read, your best friend was involved in this, and y'all were both having sex acts with this little girl. His name is Terry Smith, by the way. He was a codependent. Does that ring a bell to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you want to tell me a little bit about that? Who was your best friend?
I haven't talked to him since I've been locked up, and the only thing I know about him and her were what I had found out before were close.
Well, you know what? He got charged too. He got charged as a co-defendant, and he was charged with, let me see, indecent behavior with a juvenile. Let me find that rascal. Yeah, indecent behavior with juveniles by law enforcement. It was not crossed, but she said it happened. And she said that the reason she let all this stuff happen with him was because you were her stepdad. Were you her stepdad?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I got two that she was 15 and you were 35 years old when this happened.
Yes, ma'am.
20-year age difference. You were her stepdad, and they had copies of what you wrote, sent to this child, and it wasn't nothing nice.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you're denying a lot of stuff here. You're not owning up, in fact, to nothing. You're going with your plea bargain is what you're doing. And this little girl, She lived through all of that. And both of you men ought to be ashamed of yourselves. And yeah, just like Mr. Prater said, you're fixing to get out. And I know one thing, and I'm feel certain of it. You're going to register for as a sex offender, but you should never come in contact or contact this victim whatsoever. And if you see her, you should walk in the other direction. Is that something clear to you?
Yes, ma'am.
No contact whatsoever.
I understand.
And she was afraid to take a pregnancy test. And I can't imagine why that was the case unless you did something to her to make her think she might get pregnant.
I didn't do nothing with her to make her get pregnant.
Mhm. Okay. That's the end of my questions for you. Okay, let's see. So now let's see what we do next. Is the board ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Yes.
we're gonna start. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tillins. We're going to start off with Mr. Prater because this is his case.
Parole is denied. I don't think you're being honest with us, and he didn't get enough time for the crime as far as that's concerned anyway. And so on those points, denied.
All right, Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Prater.
And so do I. I don't think you were honest at all with us. And I don't think you got enough time anyway, so you're fixing to get out. I hope you're a better man coming out than you are going in. And that concludes our board meeting at this location, signing off at 1:30.
That was Jeffrey.
You ready? Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is August 27th, 2024, and the time is 1:38. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as chairman of today's parole panel. My colleagues are Mr. Tillis and Mr. Prater, and the panel today is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Staff, would you please introduce yourself? Oh, we don't need that. Okay. Let's see, and Mabel. All right, so I have that the person we're going to interview today is Mr. Joshua PERRO. Am I correct with your last name?
Yes, ma'am. PERRO. PERRO.
Dr. PERRO. Joshua PERRO. Okay. And then that your DOC number is 701311. Would you repeat that for me, please, for the record?
701311.
Okay. And so everything is correct about that. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're located at West Feliciana Parish Jail. Is that where you're at, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can staff produce Parish Prison? Can you introduce yourself? I know you got someone sitting in the back.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Joshua PERRO, and I'm coming up for parole to try to see if I get free.
Okay, who's in the room with you?
I have the warden and the captain.
The warden, can you introduce yourselves, please?
I'm Captain Smiley. It's the work release program, not the jail.
I can't hear you. Sorry, what release program?
Yes,
Work.
Captain,
Okay.
Captain Ben Smiley.
Okay, and you're a work release?
Yes, we're at work release, not at the jail.
Oh, okay. All right. You want to speak today? Or are you just in there?
No, ma'am, we're just in.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to find out. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to read you information. Joshua Jermaine PERRO, DOC 701311. Your birth date is August the 28th, 1988. You're a second class offender. The offense that we have today is aggravated second-degree battery, simple robbery, possession of a firearm, or carry a concealed weapon by persons convicted of certain felonies. Your sentencing date was September 26, 2022. You were sentenced to 15 years hard labor, suspended all but 6 years, 3 years probation, 6 years hard labor, another 6 years hard labor to run concurrent. Your parole date is August the 5th, 2024. You have no good time date, and your full-time date is February the 6th, 2026. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Today, the board member that will be taking your case is Mr. Prater, and he will be asking you some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tillis. Boy, I'm messing up. It's a long day. Please forgive me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Tillis.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Parole. How are you?
I'm all right, sir. How you doing?
Good. Tell me about the incident that happened with you.
All right.
The robbery and.
Yes, sir. I came from hunting one morning and I accidentally left my artillery in the car, and my cousin had called me. She had called me to take her to get some stuff from the stove. And then she ended up calling somebody while she was in the stove to get some drugs, some pills or something. And when I took her to the spot, she ended up taking one of my guns from out of the car and tried to rob the guy. And when I seen the altercation going on, I jumped out the car and I tried to defuse the situation that was going on inside the car. She was trying to rob her, so I tried to defuse the situation. And when I knocked on the window, the guy pushed the door open and he tried to shoot me. And that's when I just took action from there.
You say you had just come from hunting?
Yes, sir.
What kind of gun did you have?
I had a 22 assault rifle and a 380 caliber.
And she took your 380 caliber to rob this guy?
Yes, sir.
You gave it to her or she took it?
She took it on her own.
Oh, okay.
Without me knowing.
Oh, okay. And so when the altercation came, I read your file and stuff. You shot him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your cousin, were you doing drugs also at the time?
Yes, sir. I was on ecstasy, and I also was smoking marijuana.
I see. Okay, I have no more questions.
Okay, Mr. Prater.
Yeah. When was this that you shot this fella?
It was in 2020.
And when did you get convicted?
I got convicted September 26, 22.
Okay. So you've only served 4 years.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir. Going
No.
on 5, sir.
Okay.
Going on 5.
Okay. And you had 2 guns you mentioned that you had?
Yes, sir.
And you weren't supposed to have any guns, were you?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. So Miss Lewis brought her a little baby for a drug buy.
Right.
And you were there, you knew the baby was there. And according to this, it was a drug buy you both were interested in. I mean, y'all were gonna buy drugs and y'all brought a baby with you.
No, sir. No, it wasn't. It wasn't me. No.
It wasn't you?
No.
Okay, so let's see, there was the guy met you for a drug deal. That's what he said, that he knew he was gonna be selling drugs to you to purchase marijuana. And let's see, you had gone hunting with a 380 and a 22. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you hunt with that?
I took the 380 for extra protection, and I was hunting raccoons and rabbits.
Oh, okay. Well, you were not supposed to have any guns at all, which has already been said. So let's see, what I've got here is you're only going to serve. Well, and the guy, how about him? How many times did he get shot? Do you know anything about that?
I believe 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, he kind of got riddled, didn't he? The actual charges against you was 1 count attempted first-degree murder, count 2 attempted first-degree murder, count 3 possession of a firearm or carrying concealed weapon by convicted felon, count 4 principal to attempted armed robbery. And out of all of that, it got pled down. And actually, you're only going to serve 6 years if you serve every day of it, which means you're going to get out February the 6th, 2026. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all my questions. So at this time, is the board ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start off with Mr. Prater because it's his case.
No, this is Mr. Tillis' case.
Dog it. He can go home and go to bed. I'm sorry, Mr. Tillis.
Thank you. Mr. Parole, at this time you violated the gun carrying order that you were not supposed to have. And I still think you need to do some more time. So my vote today is to deny.
Okay, now, Mr. Prater.
Same reasons.
Okay, and then same reasons for me. So today, sir, your parole has been denied and we are going to sign off at headquarters at 147